So, thanks to the feedback from Italian colleague for the molecular characterization of surviving individuals, the proposal is to have these sentences. They are quite general, so I think that can be easily approved and agreed from everyone. Molecular analysis of surviving individuals of Pinna nobilis are carried out in order to acquire the proper knowledge of genetic makeup of the species and their possible correlation with the disease's resistance.
Could you zoom in?
Is it enough? More? Please, Atef, give us more. Is it okay? Okay. Acquire the proper knowledge of the genetic makeup of the species and their possible correlation with the disease's resistance. Assess their population parameters and compare them with the already existing data on scientific literature, also to help in the choice of the most compatible receiving site from genetical point of view. Search for possible etiological agents in the fan muscle analyzed. This step represents a crucial point, since the introduction of pathogens-free recruited specimens is the critical conditions that allow to increase the chances of success for restocking activities and avoid any unintentional spread of pathogens, as explicitly recommended by IUCN conservation measures for the species. These are the sentences we propose you. If all of
Actually, in the point second, it's population genetic parameters. Sorry, we lost genetics.
Correct?
S, genetics.
Any other comments?
One comment, but not related to the genetics. So maybe for the juveniles, instead of in number 5, instead of mentioning transplantation of juveniles, it would be better to put translocation of juveniles, because for example in the IUCN protocol, they don't propose to plant the juveniles, but rather to place them in these boxes, protected boxes.
Correct and agreed.
Okay. So now the exercise is to work on the implementation timetable. We will try to put the what we identified as activity between yesterday and today on the table. So I try to I know it will be difficult to
Maybe keep just the table. Otherwise, we don't see anything.
So the exercise is to put activity and to propose a deadline if it is a continuous activity that should be implemented during the proposed period, or it should be implemented in the first year, second year, third year, and who will be in charge of the action. So here you find the example of the first action that we identified. So if you agree, for example, for the first one, which is the continuous mapping and monitoring of the situation to determine the population status and whether any recruitment is taking place even after mortality has occurred, I think this should be a continuous activity and should be implemented by contracting party. Precise mapping of existing population, implementation of systematic monitoring with sampling campaign for disease detection, genetic study, systematic marking campaign for fan muscle in shallow area, and establishment of protected cages around the most exposed individual. This also should be continuous.
Maybe it is better to keep just a table because we cannot read anything.
And should be implemented by contracting party. Research institution. And NGOs.
Maybe in this part we can add citizen science, because, for example, in France, the diving club oftenly send us localization of populations or observation of individuals they made, and it's good information.
I think it is because the action is very, how to say, scientific. And it couldn't be like this, maybe signalization or something under another action. Because here, if we will include diving center and we read the action to be implemented, we cannot maybe, for my opinion, I could not say that diving center could do genetic study, systematic making campaign for fan muscle in shallow air. They can't just signal any presence of fan muscle or maybe mortality, but not doing all this, what is proposed under this action.
Establish maps, catalog of hotspots and sites with favorable environmental condition for repopulation, and assess their sustainability. I think this is an urgent action to be implemented, maybe the first year of the program. And should be implemented by contracting party and SPARAC. I mean, contracting party for the national part and SPARAC for the regional one. Any comment?
we can fix some milestone to update at least at the end of the project the catalog. I think. First year the establishment, and then we can point to one milestone on the end of project or before the end of project for the update. Okay. Yeah.
Do you agree with this proposal? Promote localized translocation of individual from sites of low survival probability to more protected site in line with the most recent and approved procedure. I think this should be a continuous activity. And implemented by the contracting party for the localized translocation, and SPARAC for making the procedure establishment of procedure and its approval at regional level. And maybe the procedure should be established as soon as possible. Hmm? Any comment? And also we have to be realistic. I mean, for the 5 next year, we should be realistic of the activity that could be taken into account the regional, the national context, if really we will implement all what we identified as a priority at national and regional and population level. Okay, the next is to establish of marine protected area or expansion of existing one with the effective management and enforcement of measure to aid in the preservation of a new Pinna nobilis individual that appear to be resistant to parasites impact if certain protective measures are applied, and update the management plan of existing MPA where Pinna nobilis is present by taking into consideration specific management measure for the species. Also, this should be a continuous action, and it should be implemented by the contracting party.
With some advocacy activity from SPARAC.
Yeah, for sure.
Atif, can I have a comment on this? Although the mandate of RACSPA is to encourage and support countries to establish new protected areas, but in this context, with all respect to the colleague who proposed that, I think it will be more relevant to say that more work and monitoring should be conducted inside existing MPAs, because those are the areas hopefully that they are not suffering from anchoring from other threats of the Pinna nobilis specific. So to establish a new protected area based on Pinna nobilis, which is have a very low density facing a pandemic in this situation with the economic situation of the world of today, it's a very optimistic to put that. I respect the point that this is a mandate of RACSPA and should be inserted somehow in the spirit of the document, but it will be more relevant to say intensify monitoring and research work within existing MPAs, and also update the action plan to take into account Pinna nobilis situation. That will be more relevant than establishing new protected area or expand existing protected areas under this economic situation of the world today.
By the way, establishment of protected area is not only the mandate of SPARAC. We are here to assist the contracting party. It's more the mandate of the contracting party with the help of SPARAC. Yeah, okay. So can you propose writing for this?
Simply, I mean, call upon the contracting parties to work to monitor the status of Pinna nobilis inside existing MPAs and update their action plans, their management plans to take into account the new situation of this endangered species.
But is the suggestion to replace the previous one or add a new one?
Not feasible. Establishing new MBAs for people.
If I may comment on this, because in the European Union we have this European biodiversity strategy, so the idea is that by 2030 the protected area of marine, both marine and terrestrial areas will reach 30%. So there will be an expansion of MPAs in the following years, a substantial expansion of MPAs, and I think it will be important that locations of surviving Pinna nobilis populations, if they are not already included in the existing network of MPAs, is included. So I think it's relevant to keep.
Yeah, also, as you know, in the Mediterranean, there is the updating of the SAB-BIO, the Strategic Action Program for the Mediterranean, for the conservation of the Mediterranean, and it was lastly updated to take into account the global objective, and we hope that we will get the 30% also of the Mediterranean protected and well managed, okay?
So I would.
Yeah, maybe you could add in line with the SAB-BIO strategy in this part to further explain that we're expecting to have more MPAs and everything.
Est-ce que je peux intervenir? Alors, c'est bon. Moi, je trouve que dans ce tableau, il manque le rôle des NGO et qui sont très présentes aujourd'hui dans cette réunion, et aussi des chercheurs. Donc, c'est pour cela que je voudrais revenir sur la deuxième priorité. Comme a dit Lobna tout à l'heure, NGO peut-être et Diving Center ne trouvent pas leur place forcément dans l'étude génétique, etc. Mais dans tout ce qui est signalisation, peut-être les NGO et les plateformes de recherche participative peuvent aider beaucoup dans ce sens-là. tout ce qui est plongeur, tout ce qui est fisherman, les pêcheurs, tout ce beau monde, il peut te fournir chaque jour des informations sur la présence de Pinna dans une région de la Tunisie ou dans la Méditerranée. Donc peut-être avoir divisé cette priorité, la deuxième, pour avoir une où il va y avoir l'intervention des associations, des plateformes de sciences participatives, des chercheurs, et la deuxième pour les parties contractantes, etc. La même chose aussi pour le dernier point. Pour le monitoring dans les aires marines protégées, donc il y a, l'expérience elle est là en Tunisie, on a de plus en plus de futures aires marines protégées qui sont la cogestion elle se fait en partenariat avec des NGO et qui font le suivi chaque jour, qui sont très près, donc sur lesquels on peut qui peuvent aider en fait dans la restauration, et ils ont leur rôle à jouer. Et donc je propose aussi qu'il y ait we split this last priority. Donc pour avoir un rôle pour les NGO, les chercheurs, et peut-être un autre pour le SPARAC et les parties contraintes. Je ne sais pas, c'est une proposition.
Micro.
Je crois hier on a parlé quelque part d'un réseau national. Donc là, on peut mettre l'action et to be implemented by, on peut citer, c'est-à-dire en plus des parties contractantes, NGO, diving center. Donc establish of the concerned, including. Je sais pas. Peut-être ici on peut mettre tous les relevant actors.
This could be added to the timetable, the establishment of mooring system. Is it a priority, or that should be transformed into action?
It can be inside the increasing site and habitat protection.
I would like to come back to the action before established marine protected area. I think we should add here in line with the relevant strategy, because here we have contracted party from European country. So we have the EU strategy, biodiversity strategy, I think, and also we have post-2020 sub-bio, but also the post-2020 strategy for MPA and other effective area conservation, recently adopted by Barcelona Convention. So here maybe just to put in line with the relevant strategy, and between bracket we can mention the relevant strategy, if you agree.
Actually, I have another suggestion for this sentence. Besides management plans, update zoning and management plans. which is something it's also maybe more similar to what proposed by the UCN conservation measure.
Okay, do you agree with this two last action? Yesterday we talked about the elaboration and implementation of appropriate legislation, which is, I think, one of the priorities that should be implemented maybe in the beginning of the restoration program. Should I put it as a first one? So, contracting party to establish the legislation according to their national framework, and SPARAC to provide the necessary guideline and assistance to establish the appropriate legislation. So develop public and professional awareness action on the study of the species and promote citizen science. It's a continuous activity. Do you agree?
You may add also public engagement, which is cool. Strong.
Also for policymakers, and so the target is larger.
Maybe it's advocacy.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Reem. Okay. So establish national network of all relevant actors, including national task force with legal expertise, to establish procedure for captive breeding and other restoration activity, and create a directory of institutions working on captive breeding to promote implementing project. This could be implemented by the contracting party and for the national part, and SPARAC for the regional one. Establish the regional network. And this is one of the priority to establish network, especially in the first year. Establish national DNA bank and database. This should be a continuous and already urgent and continuous, and should be implemented by the contracting party. Any comment on that?
Maybe you can add researchers?
For the director, you mean, or?
For the database and DNA.
S'il vous plaît, est-ce qu'on peut préciser au niveau de contracting parties, entre parenthèses, les universités, les instituts de recherche, est-ce qu'on peut rajouter ça pour préciser? Parce que parfois...
Donc, for the first action, so I don't think that we can precise more than contracting party. This should be the national agency and body responsible for the protections that should implement or establish legislation. For the mapping and monitoring, contracting party, we can already there's NGOs, and we can add. Is it okay? I think also for the maps catalog, for translocation also. For the establishment of marine protected area, updating the management plan and zoning, this is should be contracting party, I mean. Okay. Is it okay? Hmm? Now we will go to the activity priority at regional level. I think it is an urgent action that should be implemented the first year. It is the responsibility of SPARAC and contracting party.
Yeah.
Hmm? Any comment on that?
Yesterday we we lifted for later the structure of the task force. I see the task force should be composed of a small number of experts reporting to RACSPA, and then RACSPA will communicate any outputs to the national focal points of the BD protocol in their countries. Unless you wanted to have it expanded, I mean, I don't see the point of having a representative from each country in the task force. I would prefer, for practical reasons, to have a smaller task force, maybe not more than 5 members plus one coordinator from RACSPA, and then any output from that meetings of the task force of these experts should be communicated to the countries via their focal points, and that should be practical, unless other colleagues think something else.
Maybe we can think about the theme on which the task force or the axes that the task force should work on in order to identify the small group, rather than to have one representative from country.
Yeah, this is a very specific task force. It's not about marine conservation. It's about Pinna nobilis in particular. So experience of working with Pinna nobilis should be a condition proven by publications. I am not, so that's very clear. But here with us in the meeting, there are some very good experts that, I mean, even in this meeting, were very good resource persons to answer many of our questions. So, plus the coordinator should be from RACSPA. That's my suggestion.
So what do we think? A small group composed of a resource person on specific aspect of Pinna nobilis restoration, or a representative from focal point from country, I mean?
I will vote for small group.
Yes, agreed.
Okay. Can we at least identify, let's say, a speciality of people that, or at least speciality that should be there in the task force. I mean, to help us identify resource people. Or as a criteria to make selection, because the normal procedure will be that we will send a call to our contracting party to designate at least 3 persons, and then based on a selection of criteria, we will. This is the most suitable procedure.
And I think that if you pass through the contracting parties, it is simpler than the results of the task force is accepted by contracting parties. Otherwise, it is quite difficult if they decide something different for each country, then for them to accept the decision made by a person that are not in charge of any of the contracting parties, I suppose. So it's a good idea to have a small group, I agree. But I would suggest to pass through the contracting parties evaluation or indication. So you should have a certain number of people from national focal point, and then select a small group representative of each thematic, so genetic or field activities on Pinna nobilis, physiology, veterinary aspects, and so on.
So as to speciality, there's genetic, translocation.
Il faut parler aussi un peu de l'écotoxicologie, je pense, parce qu'un stress environnemental, on ne peut pas le détecter dans l'eau ni dans le sédiment, mais par contre, on peut, dans des espèces sentinelles, donc on peut les détecter par la bioaccumulation et la bioamplification.
A proposal of ecotoxicology.
Peut-être aussi la parasitologie.
So, yes, ecology, and probably also MPA managing, because we have to manage with the rules related to MPAs, so it is a good idea to have some expert on the management.
And breeding as well, breeding, captive breeding.
I think we reached an agreement. So to establish a pan-Mediterranean task force coordinated by SPARAC to implement, to contribute to the implementation of the present restoration program, and propose and assess the translocation of resident individual and other issues. And the task force could be composed of people working on genetic, translocation, ecotoxicology, parasitology, benthic and ecology, MPA management, and captive breeding.
I propose something with relation to the Pan-Mediterranean Task Force. So the main role is to implement this restoration program, but maybe this task force will assist also SPARAC to assess, to assess and to update this restoration program after 5 years. I think that we can rely on this pan-Mediterranean task force to support SPARAC on the assessment and the update of the restoration program, and even in the definition of the capacity building for the other countries. So they should have crucial roles in this program. Thank you.
So establish a pan-Mediterranean task force coordinated by SPARAC to implement and assess the implementation of the present restoration program, propose and assess the translocation of resistant individuals.
When yes, when appropriate, but because after
The implementation includes also.
okay.
We will finalize the editing afterward. One of the main role of SPARAC is to elaborate guidelines, recommendation, and approve standardized protocol for monitoring study population, for translocation, rescue, ex situ, and captive breeding. This is the main role of SPARAC, to assist the contracting party, and it should be a continuous work. Any comment?
I think the task force also have to, instead of research institutes and you then gather it from national levels, the meetings of the task force will discuss these protocols. So I think this is the first thing why you are doing a task force.
Is it okay? Okay. So promote the installation of larval collecting strategic location. Is it priority? It is a priority at regional level, but should it be SPARAC who promote that, or?
Regional, yes. Continuous.
Yeah, it will be done by SPARAC, the Pan-Mediterranean Task Force, and the research institution. The organization of regional, national, and training and exchange visit as appropriate. This should be continuous. So SPARAC. Contracting party. Any comment? Invite country to include Pinna nobilis in the implementation of national monitoring program of habitat component of their national IMAP, the Integrated Monitoring Assessment Program. And this is the, I think it is an urgent, first here. And it is SPARAC and contracting party. Concerning establish a new pan-Mediterranean type of protection called important area for Pinna nobilis and create a coordinated network of this sanctuary of species. Also assist Mediterranean country to establish DNA, a national DNA bank database and promote sharing of information or establish a regional director of expert institution working on Pinna nobilis to promote network. They are already included, and we have already put SPARAC as one of the actors that should implement that. Okay. I think we can stop here and we resume after the lunch to continue with the priority at the action at population level. And then we have to make some recommendation and conclusion to be addressed to the contracting party. And we have finished our work. Okay? So we will meet in 1 hour and a half. Okay?
Sorry, maybe I told it before, but I can see it in the scheme about updating zoning, if necessary, of course, instead of only updating management plans, because as one of the conservation objectives from UCN is to avoid fishing gear on where there are surviving Pinna nobilis individuals, and with just management plans you can't ban fishing gear. So.
Is it okay by adding no take zone? When we talk about zoning.
I think I would like to add something. I think that zoning inside MPA it's regulated by national law, and I'm not sure that someone wants to change law just to this fact, to this activity. Because zoning is already defined and regulated by national law.
Yeah, in general, there's a law that defines type of zoning, and then each MPA has its own management plan and zoning.
Yes, maybe we can make changes in the management plan, but not in zoning, because zoning is already defined.
But
for instance, in Italy, you can apply for a request for change of the zoning, of course. So the idea is to force or to implement the new management plan and modification and update of the zoning. If we are, if we agree that Pinna nobilis is strictly protected. So if we know that there is a zone that in the during the institution was not considered so relevant because you have a huge Pinna nobilis. For instance, we have a buffer zone with a lot of Pinna nobilis that are the shoots you see below the roll-up is one of these. It was a B zone, so a buffer zone. It is not a not-take area. If I should to update my zoning, I should include it as a relevant Pinna nobilis site. So I'm interested in applying. I know that it is very difficult. Yes.
I mean, we can solve it by adding and or. So and or. Yes, because the important is to reach the objective, and in some countries it's easier to change zoning. In other countries is more appropriate to change management plan.
And also you can change the regulation because you have the management plan and then you have.
Yes, of course, management plan and regulations.
You can update the regulation and avoid, for instance, only anchoring in some sites due to the new evidence of the presence of Pinna nobilis in that places. So it can be simpler than a new zoning plan.
So it is okay as proposed now? And update the management plan and or zoning with adding no-take zone of existing MPA where Pinna nobilis.
Atef, I think that the no-take zone there, I'm not sure that it's too specific because it can be other activities apart from taking, you know, so perhaps I think it's better without it than with it, you know, because
Do you want we add a regulation also with management plan? Because management plan is a tool for the management, but regulation is the actualization of the indication of the management plan, of the strategy of the action of management plan. So you can only change the regulation, and in that site you cannot, in Italy, I don't know in the other countries.
Regulation can be much more, I mean, not much, but more effective. Changing regulation can be more effective than, I mean, in Italy, that just because management plans is something not very clear, and it's not very easy to apply them and to take control on them, while regulations are something that can be put under the control of the force.
For instance, it can be useful also for the establishment of anchoring sites with a buoy. So it is simpler with the regulation. So to avoid anchoring on Pinna nobilis, instead of using management plan that is a complex tool and zoning a difficult path to the goal.
So any last comment? So if not, we can break for the lunch and we come back in 1 hour and a half to continue with the action at population level and then to try to draft some recommendation to the contracting party. Okay? Thank you.
can say continuous. Perhaps any comments? Are you sleeping? I don't hear any comments, so. And last one, our proposal from ATFME is to put together all the actions related to population, also for the target juveniles and for the adult one, and say that we have to conduct the actions continuously, of course. Otherwise, we have to write each row for search, for transplantation, translocation, and so on. I think that we can say in a general way, actions, actions related. We have to find a sentence to put together everything. Anyone that can help me or want to help me? Keyboard actions devoted to Pinna nobilis restoration at Oh,
it's okay.
No. Pinna nobilis restoration.
No, restoration.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes, because the restoration at population level, not population. Thank you so much. Population. Okay, we can use something like. Okay. No? Oh, wonderful. That population level. Okay. What is this? Okay. Both for juveniles and adults. Okay. We can say continuous. We can copy the right one. Okay. Who is in charge? Everybody? Everybody, okay. So also NGOs and... Or we put only research institution, or we can include also MPA managers and NGOs and what else? Okay. NGOs. Okay. So this is the last action. If we agree, we can go for.
We can. Excuse me, I have a question. No? Yes. I think we can add another question about the studies or the formation of new specialists on this all these studies about biology, genetic monitoring, gestion, probably in the regional activities, we speak about organized regional training, but could be extended to promote academic studies for students through master-type courses. Trained people and researchers are needed in all these new line of study and work, and many specialists are retiring. Probably we need for a new generation of students.
New technicians specialized in fighting and addressing this kind of troubles, you say? Okay. Yeah. Do you think enough? We can add the...
Probably better in national activities, not in regional.
Editing the already prepared sentence on training, on regional training, and adding some specific for the promoting master and what else?
It's different of the training of actual technician. I think it's interesting to form new people in the university studies or master's type courses. It's different.
I sent this to We'll see.
Maybe you can put the simple capacity building and...
Yes, it's a training. How we can call the topic? A master class?
I have sent the proposition of a sentence to add Teams. Yeah, it's
But probably there are two kind of activities. The training. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe it's better after having set having set the all the protocols and the activity. So I've tested them before going to the university master.
Can I translate the idea of Mr. Diego here? So he said this is a continuous activity. At first, we should start now to teach the current people that are working on this problem, and then to promote these studies in the future, to recruit new people, new researchers to keep working on this, as many people as are retiring from this job. So he's working on, the idea is to work on what's happening now and also to promote in the future. So yes, it could be tested first, then make whole courses based on this. Thank you.
You could conclude by, say, encourage contracting parties to establish postgraduate studies or programs in Pinna, nobilis, biology and conservation. That's what, and restoration, yeah. And restoration. Pinna, nobilis, biology and restoration. So biology will include biology of the pathogens and biology of the species itself.
Diego, is it okay for you?
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
For the other one, any comments?
Donc, j'ai deux propositions. La première, c'est de créer une base de données sur la densité de Pinna nobilis avant et après l'événement de masse mortalité, avec la nature de substrat, avec plusieurs données. Donc, ça facilite le suivi. Ça, c'est la première proposition. La deuxième, c'est de rajouter l'approche modélisation dans les études, parce que ça aide à prévoir les scénarios de repopulation de cette espèce protégée. Merci.
Oui, merci pour les propositions. Normalement, cette question de base de données, c'est normalement, ça peut et ça devrait être sous cette action-là de la cartographie et le suivi continu de la situation. Donc normalement, si on va faire le monitoring, il y a pas mal de paramètres qu'on va, disons, suivre et donc pour le suivi, normalement, on devrait avoir des bases de données pour ça. Et pour l'autre point, c'était quoi l'autre point? Pour le deuxième, c'était quoi?
C'est l'approche modélisation qu'on peut ajouter avec les autres disciplines.
Donc peut-être dans la question d'études approfondies de la résistance des individus aux pathogènes, on peut ajouter using of innovative approach such as modeling. Okay.
If we stay a little, 1 minute on this, the last one here, study in deep resistance individual, no, there is one about promoting establishment of genetic diversity database of resistant individuals. Yes, so far we don't know if there is any resistant, we are expecting there is a resistant individual, but it will be much better to make a genetic diversity database of Pinna nobilis, including potential resistant individuals. Because I don't know if we know really the diversity of the natural population of Pinna nobilis around the Mediterranean genetically. So this will be, I mean, we will be opportunistic in our genetic sampling. If there is any individual, we can add it to the database. You never know what benefit of it, even if it's not currently resistant. So database of Pinna nobilis, including resisting individuals. That's it. It's already there. It's already there. Already there. Yeah.
Any comments? Okay, approved.
Yes, but
we will try to start again from the root. Okay, so for the timetable. First one is elaboration and implementation of appropriate legislation. Deadline is first year, and responsible are contracting parties and SPARAC. Okay. Continuous mapping and monitoring of situation to determine the population status and whether any recruitment is taking place even after mortality has occurred. A continuous action. Responsible are contracting parties and research institutions and NGOs.
Maybe you could put as second the creation of the national networks.
Okay. This down. Establish. Eccolo. Yeah. Establish national network of all relevant actors. Okay.
Yes, maybe it should be up just to indicate the urgency of creating the networks.
I didn't understood, sorry.
Maybe it's better that it's up just to indicate that it has to be done early.
I have a question. So, how do we share the information? Is it through scientific papers, or is there a report that is going to be done with all the map and the spatial distribution we found? Because if we collect plenty of data, I think it's interesting to share it, because I think it's one of the problems we identify is that in several countries they have data, but we are not aware of it because it's not published in scientific paper. So maybe we can imagine something to share the data.
Can you repeat? We were editing the document, sorry.
I say that maybe we can. I was asking how we share everything we collected in each country, in each area, how we share it to everybody, because maybe we can. I don't know if it's through scientific papers or with reports that will be written with everything we collected and with all the map. Because I think it's something we identify is that in several countries there is data, but we are not aware of it because it's not published in scientific papers. So we do not have access to this data.
Is it okay now?
Did you wrote something about the proposal from our colleague from France? What was the proposal? We cannot see it.
So continuous mapping and monitoring of the situation to determine the population status and whether any recruitment is taking place, even after mortality has occurred, shared online through a dedicated platform, the mapping and monitoring. Or we can propose specific action to share online any new relevant information about biology, techniques, and but this should be an action of the task force also.
But who is going to create this platform?
RAXPA could establish this kind of dedicated platform with the help of the task force and with the experts.
Well, it's just an idea, but maybe we can create a mailing list, like for diffusion, for information diffusion. I don't know, but I know that, for example, for corals, they have a coral list where all the scientists that are implicated in coral research can share information, ask for questions. If they have something to ask, they can ask it to all the community of coral researchers or people that are implicated in coral conservation, I think. Maybe it's a good idea so we can communicate all together, and there is no, I don't know, it's I don't know.
I think it's a good idea to keep this group, communicated through a mailing list and keep the issue hot. So that's the cheapest we can do is a mailing list, which is very easy to do, and you don't need a database expert to do that. Yeah.
We can add something specific in the network of specialists, the established national network of all relevant actors, including national task force with legal expertise. We can think that inside this action there is the development of a mailing list, of a directory, a repository of the documents to be shared with all the relevant actors, I think.
Yeah. That actors are, when it was proposed by Spain, I remember yesterday, it was for national actors. And she is talking about keeping the information around the Mediterranean, something regional. So a mailing list is something that the task force can do, and then invite people if they want to join, interested in Pinna nobilis, they can join it.
So you want we add the promotion of a mailing of the creation of a mailing list by the task force, okay? Is it okay?
I wanted to point out maybe for example, in Live Pinarca, we one of our actions is within the live the web page. We have a database with public information of our results, etc. So it could be a base platform to input information from other places. I mean, we are going to put also partners and etc. So maybe we could consider the option of in one of our pages, or maybe in Live Pinarca, leave a place to input all other information apart of the Live Pinarca itself, for example, because we're doing that. We are already, one of our tasks is doing a database with all the results and the information we have for public use. Already there is some information there. The reports we did for France, Spain, Italy, and Greece are already public in our webpage. So we will include all information of our results, and we could maybe include also every information.
SPRAC is proposing to take in charge the actions to develop a repository with all the data and to share with everybody, okay? Publicly available for everybody, okay? So we can put it in.
So delete, share it.
We add an action.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah. What do we
Develop. Repository.
Public repository. Relevant. All relevant documents
This should be continuous and.
Okay, this can be continuous, and SPRAC is the
With the task force.
okay, and where's the end?
2, 1.
Okay. The proposal is develop a public available repository of all relevant documents regarding Pinna nobilis. The action is continuous and is up to SPRAC and Pan-Mediterranean Task Force, the management and creation, development and update.
Very great idea. That's good thing. But in addition to the repository, creating a simple mailing list can be a good communication channel between NGOs or people who are starting up their research with the experts here. So it will be easy communicating. It's old-fashioned, yes, but still very, very effective sometimes. Somebody can send pictures of the situation in his country, what I should do in this case, should I move these individuals, so he can get an answer from one of the experts. So that's something different. You can add it to the same sentence, I mean, and create a mailing list between experts and other stakeholders in the Mediterranean.
Is it okay? Abdulmullah. Say establish national network and the mailing list of all relevant actors.
We are talking about pan-Mediterranean mailing list, where exchange of information will be easier between developed and undeveloped countries.
As we said before, this is an action that should be implemented at national and regional level. The national for the national network and the regional for the regional network. So I think now it is complete. Okay.
Okay. Precise mapping of existing population, implementation of systematic monitoring with sampling campaigns for disease detection, genetic studies, systematic marking campaigns for mussels in shallow waters, and establishment of protective cages around the most exposed individuals. The action is continuous, and contracting parties and research institutions and NGOs are responsible for the action. Is it okay? Okay. Establish map catalog of hotspots and sites with favorable environmental conditions for a population and assess their sustainability. This has to be completed in the first year for the establishment and updated at least yearly, okay? And contracting parties and research institutions together with the SPARAC are responsible for the action. Any comments? Okay. Promote localized translocation of individuals from sites of low survival probability to more protected sites in line with the most recent and approved procedures. Continues with establishment of the procedures in the first year, okay, so as soon as possible, and contracting parties and research institutions and SPARAC are responsible for the action. Comments? Go. Establish of marine protected areas or expansion of existing ones with effective management and enforcement of measures to aid in preservation of new Pinna nobilis individuals that appear to be resistant to the parasite impact. If certain prospective measures are applied and update the management plan and regulation and or zoning of existing MPA where Pinna nobilis is present by taking into consideration specific management measure for the species in line with the relevant strategies such as post-2020 sub-BO, 2030 European strategy, and so on. This action is continuous and contracting parties are responsible. Comments? No. Okay. Establish ecological mooring system in areas frequented by boaters to limit the impact of anchors on fan mussel population and seagrass beds where juveniles and sub-adults settle. The action is continuous and responsible are contracting parties. Any comment?
One comment. It's good, but the boats are not only dangerous by the anchors. In Delta del Ebro, they hit directly the fan mussels. They kill them because they're very shallow, and even some that are resistant have been killed by the boats that go, and there's no. So maybe we should I remember we should just add, or not limited to anchors, but to I don't know, more or less aggressive, or something that the boats cannot hit or be in danger for the fan mussels. That happens in very shallow sites. Also, people doing kite surf or things like that.
Maybe you can write anthropic activities. So you can.
So not limited only to ecological mooring, but mooring systems and the point is it's okay with the mooring systems, but they also the boat got hit. I don't know how to describe it, to write it in this sentence. Maybe. Yeah. Human.
Okay, so
Yeah.
ecological systems, mooring, etc.
Yeah.
For instance, mooring, etc. in areas frequented by boaters to limit the human impact on farm mass population in seagulls back to urbanized and sub-adult sectors.
Yeah, and this.
More generic and okay.
Yeah, maybe this is enough at least to consider these other options. Yeah.
Action is continuous. Thank you. And contracting parties are responsible.
Okay.
Also, we can put NGOs here. The NGOs are very active in these mooring systems recently, so this will be good for NGO to play this role.
Develop public and professional awareness actions and advocacy on the status of species and promote citizen science. Action continues and contracting parties, research institutes, and NGOs are responsible for the action. Okay. Establish the National DNA Bank and database to establish in the first year and then continuously update. Contracting parties and research institutions are responsible. Any comments? Okay. Establish a pan-Mediterranean task force coordinated by SPARAC to implement and assess the implementation and update of the present restoration program, propose and access the translocation of resistant individuals, genetic, translocation, ecotoxicology, parasitology, biotic and ecology, MPA management, captive breeding are the themes in the first year, and SPARAC and contracting parties are responsible. Okay.
Sorry. There is a proposition that we were discussing in this corner, which is so having a task force is important, and but it will be like selected specialists in the thematics that we have proposed. But it will be so important if we could have a cyclic meetings at a wider range, that more people, more experts could meet and discuss and evaluate the situation in each cycle. I don't know, a 3-year cycle or 4-year, and even go wider to a symposium for Pinna nobilis.
Yeah, I think you're right. We have the symposia for the marine key habitat and non-indigenous species that are organized every 3 years. So it could be the occasion to have a session on Pinna nobilis with the presence of all the Mediterranean experts working on marine conservation of habitat related to Pinna nobilis. So maybe we can add a line here to organize. A special session. Pinna nobilis. For Pinna nobilis. Mediterranean. No, Mediterranean. Mediterranean Key Habitat Symposium. Key Habitat Symposium.
I lost some.
Symposium. Symposium.
Non-indigenous species symposium.
Symposium. So
It's a plural. Okay.
each 3
3 years.
each.
Wow.
Yeah, it's simple to put.
Okay, it is simple. With the number. Okay.
This is
Sparak.
Yes.
Without.
Sparak and maybe the task force also.
Task force. Okay. Okay. Is it okay for you? For everybody? Well. Elaborate guidelines, recommendation, and standardized protocol to monitor study population for translocation and or rescue ex situ and captive breeding. Action is continuous. SPARAC, Mediterranean Task Force, and research institutions are involved and responsible for the action. Okay. Promote the installation of larval collectors in strategic locations. Action continues, and SPARAC, Pan-Mediterranean Task Force, and research institutions are involved and responsible. Any comments?
Sorry, I think in previous action, if there any urgent circumstances happened during implementation of the restoration program, who will be responsible for the action needed at regional or maybe national level? So task force or anyone who will be responsible for these circumstances, like flexibility to take action in this case?
I think a national agency. Yeah. If you have one, of course. For instance, in Italy we have ISPRA or what else? Okay. Organize a regional, national training and exchange visit as appropriate. Action is continuous and SPARAC and contracting parties are responsible. Organize and promote academic studies for students through master-type courses, encouraging postgraduate studies on Pinna nobilis biology and restoration, continuous action, contracting parties and institutions are responsible for the action. Okay? Any comments? Oui?
Je ne sais pas si on va l'ajouter ici ou peut-être ailleurs, identifier tous les projets de restauration dans le milieu marin et essayer de travailler en synergie pour la restauration des populations de Pinna. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a déjà des projets qui sont en cours, d'autres qui vont arriver, et il n'y a pas des activités spécifiques au Pinna. On pourrait leur demander comme recommandation toujours d'ajouter, quand on fait la restauration de la Posidonie, de la Cimodocée, quand on met en place des récifs barrières, de toujours avoir des activités sur la Pinna nobilis. Je pense que ce n'est pas très difficile et ça pourrait aider.
Ça va comme ça? c'est inviter les pays pour inclure Pinna nobilis dans tous les programmes de monitoring et le projet et dans les projets en relation avec l'espèce.
Même si au début, on ne pensait pas que ça avait un impact sur l'espèce. Je ne sais pas si vous m'avez compris, parce qu'il y a des projets qui sont déjà amorcés sur la restauration de la Posidonie, sur d'autres espèces, Zostera, en Tunisie par exemple. Et au début, avant cet événement, je ne pensais pas travailler sur la Pinna, mais on pourrait ajouter des activités supplémentaires par rapport à ça. Et je pense qu'on peut inviter tous les projets à le faire aussi quand c'est possible.
Relevant to the species or habitat, not habitation. Habitats, okay. Related to Pinna nobilis, so we can include seagrass meadows, what else, okay? Thank you. Where we were?
So, no, priority.
Priority, okay. A priority should be given to study the pathogens responsible of the mass mortality, its life cycle and propagation. This has to be done in the first and second year, and the responsible are Par-Mediterranean Task Force and Research Institution.
Excuse me, I think the period of time is not enough because maybe life cycle take a long period of time when I want to study it. Maybe there's intermediate host and financial host. Yeah. Final host. Yeah, it's take more time. No, I think more than first and second year, maybe continuous. I don't know. Period of time, yes. Yeah, I think life cycle and studies take a long period of time.
Continues to say that it is there is a pressure to start with this kind of works, and then we have to continuously produce something and study in deep. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Study in deep the resistance of individuals to pathogens and using of innovative approach such as modeling, continuous action, research institution are responsible. Is it okay? Promoting the establishment of genetic diversity database of Pinna nobilis population, including resistant individuals. Action is continuous, and SPARAC, Pan-Mediterranean Task Force and research institutions are involved and responsible. Any comments? Okay. Actions devoted to Pinna nobilis restoration at population level, both for juvenile and adults. Action is continuous, and SPARAC and Pan-Mediterranean Task Force, together with the research institution, MPA, and NGOs, are responsible for the action and will achieve, hopefully, the goal to restore the Pinna nobilis in Mediterranean Sea. Is it okay for you? Any other integration, comments, remarks, feedback, or what else? Finally, we reached the end. Thank you.
So thank you for your effort and for all your ideas and proposal to make this draft restoration program that should be implemented as soon as possible, as we have seen during the first day that the statue of the population of Pinna nobilis is alarming, and hope that now the next step will be that we will finalize the document. Of course, we will send it to you back to have your final comment. Then we will send it to the contracting party for their national consultation, and hope that we will be presented for the next focal point meeting to be endorsed and adopted and go through the official channel of adoption of the Barcelona Convention and finally be adopted in the conference of the party by the end of next year. So now we have to draft some conclusion and recommendation to be also addressed to the contracting party when we will present them this draft restoration program, and we drafted some recommendation and decision that we would like to propose to you to see if you agree with them. So,
excuse me, I would avoid the term decisions.
As a recommendation, the participant to the regional workshop to discuss and validate the draft restoration of Pinna nobilis, Tunis 2021, June 2022, welcomed with appreciation the proposal and recommend submitting it to the Barcelona contracting party for consideration and adoption. Maybe we can make it and possible adoption. The workshop urges the establishment of the Pan-Mediterranean Task Force to implement, propose, and assess the translocation of resistant individual and any other matters in relation with the restoration of Pinna nobilis. Due to the alarming situation of Pinna nobilis, the participants recommend that SPARAC, the contracting party, and relevant partners such IUCN, research institution, and NGOs start the implementation of the draft restoration program.
Aussi, une fois qu'on a les budgets nécessaires. Non, on ne peut pas rien faire.
Atif, can you add the word program for draft restoration at the first line, top? Draft restoration, the first line. Yes, end of the first line. Draft restoration program or report, I don't know. Program, yes. And delete the draft from the point because it's discussed and became like, I don't know, still a draft or, of course.
Yeah, still draft till is adopted by the contracting party.
Non, juste il faut ajouter quelque part que, c'est-à-dire le programme discuté, comme vient de dire M. Khalil maintenant, comme annexe à ces recommandations.
I think that the first paragraph should be improved because it doesn't describe the way we worked. We had a draft proposal, we discussed, we amended, and we improved it, and then we appropriated as workshop, and then the amended version is proposed, will be proposed to the contracting parties. Okay? So we should show that it was discussed and amended during 2 days.
Is it okay now? Or should we enhance more?
Too concise for you.
Yes.
I would describe more the process that has been taking place during the 2 days and recommend its submission at the end of the paragraph.
Possibly, Atif, as following to Mr. Khalil comment, we should also refer to that the participants of this workshop have updated the group about the current status of Pinna nobilis in each country and what steps have been done already. And then we started discussing the proposed program, amend it and improve it to the level of to be submitted to the contracting parties.
Thank you for supporting me. But I think that we have to work on a long paragraph, 4 or 5 lines, in order to describe the workshop before to submit something. We have worked during 2 days. we exchanged information, we shared information, we discussed, maybe we negotiated also sometime, and we updated, and then the amended version is proposed to be submitted to the Barcelona Convention or to the focal points, to SPARAC or something like that.
Maybe it's possible to change in the first line, instead of the regional workshop to discussed, amended, updated and validated.
I think that we have to enlarge the document, so as the indication from director, so if we put only in one sentence everything, it is difficult to...
Okay, if we agree on the substance, so we will work on the editing and the enhancement of this paragraph to describe the work done during the 2 days workshop, and then we will put as a final recommendation to submit the amended version to the governance body of the Barcelona Convention.
I have another recommendation for the wording. Maybe we can describe a little bit what is in the document to be included as documents that put forward the urgent actions at short term, at middle term and long term, continuous action to be done by different actors, some description of the document that will accompany the recommendations, not just call it by one word.
Okay. So the final point would be the participants also ask us the relevant donors and funding agency to include among its priority restoration of key species, in particular Pinna nobilis.
Maybe Atif, we should say the workshop participants call upon donors and national and international funding agencies. Maybe sometimes national funding is available for that. National and international funding agencies. The word asks is not the right way to do it here. So calling upon. Relevant donors and national and international funding agencies to include. We should go directly to fund the projects related to rescue and restoration of Pinna nobilis because of its specific urgency. It's not to put Pinna nobilis among the priorities because there are other priorities, sea turtles, dolphins, others. Invasive species, so I think you don't give them a chance to put it among their priorities, but to the word among the priorities is not, it weakens the meaning. So I say agencies to fund programs of restoration to fund the rescue and restoration of Pinna nobilis due to its urgent situation or something.
Any other recommendation?
Maybe very basic wording. Instead of to fund, to support, because we are already using the word funding agencies.
A proposal from our colleague Samar for the first.
We could also describe the participants to the regional workshop to add something descriptive according to the request of Mr. Khalil after the first sentence.
In the third line, maybe we can put action just after priority action. And then we remove action after timetable and replace it by implementation. You leave timetable, but you replace as timetable implementation without of. Maybe we can add were discussed and updated.
Maybe in that first paragraph we could include also the idea, that they're having an idea of that we have shared and put in common the situation of the fund muscle in our countries, and then we have found or corroborated the critical of the situation. Maybe it's something we've done actually. Maybe we can include that idea also as a line in this first paragraph, that we have shared the critical situation in all our countries, and then we are aware of the necessities or the difficulties Peñarol is facing.
Maybe we can start with that. Before to talk about the restoration program, we can start by the discussion and the sharing of the situation in each part of the Mediterranean.
Also, the idea is to explain that we were able to see the critical situation, the global critical situation of the species.
Maybe we can move the during the 2 days regional workshop at the beginning.
We should stress perhaps also on the strong scientific approach of the discussion, so to underline and highlight that we have a strong okay. Manner, yes, after with the scientific the scientific approach with yes, scientific
Is it this? Sorry, go ahead. It was just to ask if everybody agree with that.
It's much better.
But to add the word global before alarming situation, confirming the global alarming situation.
So now, as a recommendation, we have during the 2-day regional workshop, the participant made an overview of the situation of Pinna nobilis in their respective country and shared the information on the restoration activity implemented, confirming the regional alarming situation and the need and urgency to act for the restoration of the species as soon as possible in a coordinated manner with a proven scientific approach. Participants thoroughly discussed the proposed Pinna nobilis restoration program, main objective, national and regional priority action, as well as timetable implementation were discussed and updated. A final version has been validated and participants have recommended submitting the actual version to the Barcelona Convention contracting party for consideration and validation as appearing in the Annex 1.
Excuse me. Regional priority with Y, not the priorities. Priority action. Priority actions.
Atif, can you allow me for a moment? Can you go back to the first point? In the first point, we said that we have reviewed the situation of Pinna nobilis in their respective countries, shared information on the restoration activities. In fact, from this 2-day workshop, I think only few countries already have some restoration activities: Spain, Italy, maybe France. The other countries are updated the alarming situation of the species, the limited monitoring effort. That's what we have heard from other countries. Because when you tell Barcelona Convention or national focal points that there is this word, I mean, this wording gives the implementation, the feeling that restoration is already there, but we need to support it. But in fact, the restoration is only limited to maybe Spain and Italy and France in the best cases. And the other countries only reported that there is a decline, there is mortality. The word mortality is not there, so it's a very important word. So this is the things that we need to not to hurry about it. Maybe this is much more important than the whole other document, because they will read this. They will not read the science. So take your time.
Okay. So I changed on the restoration activity implemented in few countries.
Maybe we can add some activity, some restoration activities.
First, we shared information on the status of the species, the mortality, the limited coverage of monitoring, and then some countries have said that they already started some restoration, limited restoration. So we should say countries about limited monitoring or frequency of mortality and limited monitoring, something like this.
So the first paragraph became, during the 2-day regional workshop, the participant made an overview of the situation of Pinna nobilis in their respective country and shared information on some restoration activity implemented in few countries, confirming the regional alarming situation and the need and urgency to act for monitoring, studying, and the restoration of the species as soon as possible in a coordinated manner with a proven scientific approach. Then participants thoroughly discussed the proposed draft Pinna nobilis restoration program, main objective, national and regional priority action, as well as timetable implementation were discussed and updated. A final version has been validated and participants have recommended submitting the actual version to the Barcelona Convention contracting party for consideration and validation as appearing in the Annex 1. Then the workshop urges the establishment of the Pan-Mediterranean Task Force to implement, propose, and assess the translocation of resistant individual and any other matters in relation with the restoration of Pinna nobilis.
Also, Atif, the word actual version was not mentioned before, so it's better than to say the revised draft version at the point before. The word actual version, because you didn't refer to it before, so you said revised draft version. Or amended, okay.
The workshop urges the establishment of the Pan-Mediterranean Task Force to implement, propose, and assess the translocation of potentially resistant individuals and any other matters in relation with the restoration of Pinna nobilis. Due to the alarming situation of Pinna nobilis situation, the participant recommend that SPARAC, the contracting party, and relevant partners such as IUCN, research institution, and NGOs start the implementation of the draft restoration program as appropriate. And this is in relation with budget.
Maybe we can avoid the repetition of situation.
Status?
Sorry, I have some. Okay. As far as I know, IUCN has already started doing things with Pinna nobilis, so we cannot here say to start the implementation of draft restoration program, I think. Because IUCN, since 2016...
But IUCN gives recommendations, puts protocols, but they don't really do anything.
Yes, so this is also, we cannot here start the implementation. Relevant regional partner, and we cannot mention here IUCN.
Maybe we can say start concrete action related to.
Okay, so the recommendation became due to the alarming situation of Pinna nobilis, the participant recommend that SPARAC, the contracting party, and relevant partners such as IUCN, research institution, and NGOs contribute to the implementation of the draft restoration program as appropriate. The participant also call upon the relevant donors and national and international funding agency to support the restoration program of Pinna nobilis due to the urgency of its situation. And thank you for your participation, help, and contribution to the amendment of this draft program. And also thank you for the accepting and making this recommendation. And we have finished our work, and I give the floor to my director to conclude the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Atif. It's always difficult to make the wording while working. This is a very hard task. So I can understand the difficulty of making the wording in the best way, but I think we succeeded to have our ideas put in a good way together. So congratulations for all the group. In conclusion of these 2 days' work, I think that I have to thank you so much for already your attendance, your presence here among us in Tunis. We are here in the air conditioned, but outside it's very hot. I think it's hot all around over the Mediterranean, because I had some phone calls, and elsewhere it's in the Mediterranean it's very hot these days. So I think it has been a very fruitful workshop, and the discussions were very productive and very relevant. We can judge by looking at the conclusions and recommendations. Well, in my capacity of SPARAC director, I command this quality of work, and we will do our best to support this program of restoration as bad as we can. Unfortunately, we are in a period where we don't have governance meetings, so we will transmit, we will share the fruit of your work with the SPABD focal points, our focal points, representative of the Barcelona Convention contracting parties, in order to give them the result of this workshop. And we will try. We don't promise anything, but we will do our best to take, of course, with you, because we will, as it was recommended, there will be a mailing list, at least. Hopefully, a forum on a platform. This is better to share the ideas and updates. We will try to take the most urgent proposed actions in a sort of proposal, and we will try to share it with some of the donors that we think would be keen to support our Mediterranean work and our Mediterranean emblematic species, such as Pinna nobilis. Indeed, it's in a very critical situation and status. We'll try our best to put these proposals high in the agenda in order to see how we can have support from any part. Of course, we need the support of our countries, our contracting parties, because this is the main important support that we need first, and then we will see with the secretary, our secretariat, because some of the funding sources should come from through our secretariat. So we will do our best to disseminate the program through the possible ways and networks in order to get support. But at the meantime, we are here, and we can start together to step forward for the organization and for the steps that don't need much funds. So once again, congratulations for your work, and I hope that we can continue our effort in order to implement what we have recommended and put forward as urgent and priority actions. Thank you again, and for those who will stay today and tomorrow in Tunisia, in Tunis, have a nice time. I'm sure you didn't see anything during these days, so take your time. You are between the downtown of Tunis and Sidi Bou Said, La Marsa, and Carthage. So I don't know what to recommend to go to the old Tunis city or to go to the nice northern suburb. These two possibilities are feasible. So thanks again, and I hope to see you very soon again. Thank you.
Just for information, so the way forward, first I would like to thank Saul for helping us to draft this restoration program. So we will work on the coherence and editing of the document, and we will send it to you soon for your final comment. And we will keep in touch in order to continue our work on Pinna nobilis, to share information, recent paper and recent protocol in order to communicate them to all the contracting party. Thank you very much.
Atif, if you allow me to finish by thanking the Republic of Tunisia, RACSPA director and his team for hosting an excellent organization of this workshop. It is not a workshop for discussing a document. Actually, we learned a lot during this workshop, and we met with experienced experts from around the Mediterranean that giving us the hope that this species might see the light of restoration soon. If I will speak about on behalf of my colleagues, we will report this workshop, of course, to your national focal points in the different countries to validate and start rescue this species as soon as possible. A special thanks to Mr. Sol and to Mr. Atif for their excellent work that they have done, and they are deserving applause. Not only the hard work they have done during this workshop, but I'm sure that this work have started many months ago, and they are seeing the fruits of their collaboration. And here we have another charismatic Mediterranean species in danger that is actually gathering us as in Mediterranean nations to work together in a synergy and in a collaborative way. We are not talking about North-South collaboration only, but about West-East Mediterranean collaboration as well. We need the collaboration in all directions to exchange information, but also skills and best practices. Restoration science in Mediterranean is a new field, not only in Pinna nobilis, but in many other species. And this is an opportunity again for training, for scientific publications, for awareness campaigns. So thank you, RACSPA, again for this excellent organization, and we hope to see everybody again. Thank you.